I did do it. It's live now.
I should probably go mute then.
Well, I guess I have a little bit of an update from a conversation. I want to say you helped me with one night, Spaggy, and a couple other guys. I was hunting some non-corrosive 8mm and ended up finding some stuff on Classic.
That doesn't sound like anything I would have insight on.
It would have been months and months ago. It was basically a massive Google hunt.
How you doing, guys?
Oh, I might have typed in stuff in Google, but yeah, I don't know anything about 8mm. So
Yeah,
what's your
how's it going,
update? You
Rick?
find some?
Yeah, I got some in, but the primers were so hard on half of them they wouldn't ignite. So I'm stuck with the old. I found a old fudge shop that has some Remington core lock in 8mm. $5 a box, but I can run it. I'm the only one buying it, by the way, because they had 10 boxes when I found it, and they now have 7 left still.
Well, at least they have it, and if they see that, you know, you're getting it every once in a while, they might order a little bit more of it or something.
It's like a gun shop in Wilmington where I used to live. They just had boxes and boxes of like old ammo of like obscure calibers that no one ever bought. I bet some of the ammo in there was probably 20 years old.
Wow.
Not including their like surplus stuff.
What the heck's going on here?
Yeah, there's always interesting finds in little towns where their entire clientele is mainly deer hunters, and occasionally they'll have stuff that'll sit there for the longest time.
The fuck are you recommending to me? Google Plus?
Nothing good.
40% of households in Philadelphia can't pay their water bill.
Uh-oh. It's because they live in a democratic city, probably.
Well, you know, first off, I don't understand. I've turned off notifications on Google Plus like 12 million times. I only have it for friggin' like doing hangouts. But it's my experience from Detroit when they did that whole oh damn it, that's not what I meant to do. Where they were messed it all up. Sorry, I'm doing other stuff. But anyways, they did a whole like cutting off a bunch of people's water because, you know, they owed money and stuff, which is what you do when you owe money. And everyone's like, oh my God, it's a civil rights thing or some shit, whatever the hell they were talking about. But what they did is they shut people's water off, and like there's something like 93%, like some insanely high number of people like came in the next day and paid at least part of their bill. Like that's all they were asking was like, just pay something and we'll get a payment plan set up. We'll turn your water right back on. Like that was it. They just wanted you to freaking like just do something. Just prove that you're an actual person and that, you know, you have, you know, the will to at least pay something. And they turned it right back on. And all these people complaining about how water is a fundamental right and all that shit. It's like, yeah, no, it's not if, you know, you're just taking it and not paying for it and making people like me pay a shit ton more for water because they still need to like make a profit. And I pay my water bill, so.
Yeah, that's how it was in my old hometown. You only had to pay like a third of the bill if your water got cut off to get it turned back on.
Water should be free.
I completely disagree.
I would agree to a certain point, but it's only free if you're taking a bucket down to like your river and hauling it back to your house and heating it, filtering it. If you're doing that, then it should be free. If you're not doing that, then it should cost something.
Yeah. Put it in your taxes.
My city has a
Well,
program.
then it's still not free. And why is it fair to make someone who uses a bunch of water not have to pay as much as someone who only a little bit of water or whatever? Like, one pays the same amount and then they all have water. Like, that's not that fair. That's just my opinion. Although, as far as ease of paying, actually, that's what my city does. I don't actually ever pay technically a water bill. Like, I get a thing that says, like, this is how much you used or whatever. I'm like, okay, whatever. But they just wrap it into my taxes. So they get their money anyways, and then they're more likely to get their money because it's not like an extra bill on top of stuff. It's just in my city taxes.
Yeah, my old hometown, they like fucked up the water bill like royally, and people were getting charged like they didn't charge people water for like 8 months, and people were getting like water bills for like $800, and they're like, "No, I can't pay this. This is like $800." So the city had to be like, "All right, well, we'll forgive you, but we need like some kind of payment from you." And it was just like a totally fucked up situation.
Yeah, I would be a little. It's like, what do they say that? Like your lack of plan, something like that. Your lack of planning is not my emergency.
Yeah, it's something like that.
So you didn't charge me for 6 months. You can't expect me to like pay tomorrow when all of a sudden it comes up. Like that was your fault for not doing it. Although that being said, the people still owe the money, but I would definitely think that they should have a little more forgiveness.
Oh yeah, like in some cases, like people hadn't gotten a water bill in like a year, and then they get this water bill and it's like $600, and they're like, "Whoa, what the fuck is this shit?"
Well, and part of me says, well, they should kind of know it's coming. Like, just like, oh, they must have forgot to charge me. I guess it's free today. Like, but I don't know. Either way, sorry to completely derail the conversation. It just my phone freaking popped up with a notification, which, like I said, I've turned off a million times. I don't care about anything on Google Plus. It's not like I was following that person who posted the story. I'll get shit all the time. It's like, oh, you might like this person. You should follow their page. And I'm like, no, I shouldn't because I don't care about them. Like, leave me alone.
How long does it take for patches to show up?
Depends on when he mails them. Usually, you're talking about G-Webs.
Yeah.
Usually, if he like mails them on a Saturday, I live in North Carolina. I usually get mine 3 or 4 days later.
Okay, mine should be coming up any day now. All right.
Yeah, like I don't think he mails them like the day you win them. I think he waits like a week or two, and then just mails them all out on like one day.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if 2 weeks is probably stretching it, but he definitely he mails a bunch all at once. So orders from the store and stuff that people won, and like the monthly perks for the Patreon and all that stuff, he does like a whole bunch all at once.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm down in Texas. I want to say the longest it ever took was like 3 weeks for one of my patches to show up. But I think the first one was a week or so.
Yeah, and he usually posts something on like Instagram saying like he sent out the patches.
What patch are you waiting for? One that did you win it on the Daily Show, or did you buy
No, I
something?
bought it. No, I bought them. I bought 3 of them.
Well,
They sent them already. I just wondered when they were going to get here. I don't know what took.
patches you buy might be differently because he has that group
That's what I was going to say. It depends.
dealing with the patches now.
Yeah, some of them, and some he still does himself. But
Yeah, I think like all the every second matters patches go through this group.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it looks like I got 2 separate ones. One coming from Every Second Matters, then the other one's coming from, I guess, him. Yeah.
Yeah, if the mailing address says like Golf Course Lane or something like that, then you know it's from him.
All right. But they should be here by tomorrow, Saturday.
Yeah, patches are always fun. What? All right, I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm just gonna let this run and stuff. Gotta go take care of some things and move my car into the garage. My power was out when I came home, so I just parked in the driveway.
Would you have like a snowstorm or something?
Really bad wind.
Mm.
I guess there's 800,000 customers without power.
Damn.
They were saying it is the biggest outage DTE has ever experienced.
Wind will definitely do that.
But I mean, I give them a lot of credit because this was basically yesterday, right? Yeah, today's Thursday. So yeah, Wednesday, I guess mine went out about 11:30 in the morning. But I mean, basically we had strong winds till about 9 o'clock at night. So like more people were losing power every minute. And they even said like, we're not even going to start restoration like until the morning. Like we're going to spend all night like taking care of down power lines so no one gets hurt. And because the other thing is like the winds are so bad, you can't put a dude up in a cherry picker when you have freaking 70-mile-an-hour winds or whatever. And even if they do, another tree could fall down and knock over another line right next to it. You're like, well, shit, I just fixed that piece. So they basically like waited till morning to start cranking on them. And I got mine back like in the afternoon. When I came home from work, the trucks were at the end of my street. And I was like, hell yeah, I think I might be getting power back soon. But then it was still out for another couple hours before it came back on. I was at that point where I was debating like leaving my house or not. And part of that was because I'm getting ready to go out of town for work and not knowing, because they were saying like estimates like, yeah, probably about 90% of the people should have their power back by Sunday, like maybe. And I'm like, oh shit, like if I'm getting ready to go out of town, I only have about like another day for the stuff in my freezer.
Yeah.
And I had already talked with my parents and they had some room in the freezer in the basement. So I was like, hey, like, could I bring some of my food over? And they're like, yeah, that's fine. So that's basically I was debating on. When I saw the trucks, I'm like, it should be back on soon. And then when it took a couple hours, I was like, it might just be fixing the line that goes to like the stoplights, because the stoplights right by my house were out. I'm like, they might like just do that and then take off for like another, intersection or something, because that's more important than getting power back to people's houses, So I was right on that cusp of like, I'm about to go pack up a cooler and take it over to my parents' house.
Yeah, we had an ice storm when I was in school, and some of my classmates, they didn't have power for like a week.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's still a lot of people without power, but mine was an area it was weird. So my neighbors across the street all had power last night. I was sitting there looking out my window at them fucking watching TV with all their lights on and
Envy.
like all this shit. Yeah. And I'm like, oh man, this sucks. But I read another like 5 chapters of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Well, that's always a plus.
Yeah.
Should have run an extension cord across the road.
Yeah, exactly. I should have. I've definitely been thinking about a generator more now. I was thinking about it before, and I will admit to falling into that trap of, like you don't think of it till you need it type of thing. Like I had been thinking about it for a while, and I'm definitely closer. I still don't know. I mean, I don't know. Half of me wants to get like a good one that like, runs off natural gas and hooks up to your thing, where basically like it just runs and you live in your house like normal. Like it does, it's got enough power to like do anything. Or do I want to just get one for whatever, like a couple $100 or something, like $300 or $400, and like just be able to run, my refrigerator or my furnace or something, and maybe a light.
That's when you make like a big hamster wheel and you just like round up all the neighborhood dogs. and get them to spin around in that wheel.
Yeah, I
It
would
doesn't
like one.
cost you anything.
I would like one that would just flip on when the power went out, and I wouldn't have to worry about anything.
Yeah, that's the thing, that a lot of those ones that are like, they feed them with natural gas, so that's just piped into your regular gas line and everything, and yeah, it just kicks on, and basically you maybe don't turn on every freaking light in the house or whatever, but basically they'll size them where you can just run your house like normal. Like, it goes right into your panel and shit. It automatically switches over, and it just, anything that's on the circuit breakers keeps working.
No, yeah, I know what you're on about. We had them at work, done the same thing.
Right. And that's, I was looking at that, and I think I could get like that whole setup to run my whole thing. It's like $5,000. But then it's just, don't even fucking think about it. Like, you're done. Like, that's it. They put it in, like, that's, it's the system installed, everything all hooked up, bam, out the door. Which
like
would be nice, but that's a pretty big price tag compared to just a couple $100 and, an extension cord type thing.
I feel like Yankee had a video or a chat a couple years ago where he was debating on getting something like that where it would hook up to his propane tank. I don't know if he ever did it or not, though.
Oh, my brother uses one that it basically runs all the power for his fifth wheel camper, and it has wheels and all that, so you can tote it around. But there were some tornadoes went through the Dallas area a year or two ago, and there was more than enough power to run his freezer for a couple hours every day to make sure it got down to freeze and stayed cold till everything got repaired. And it was only a few $100. It wasn't over $1,000, so that could be a good option as well.
Yeah, I think I'm leaning more towards something like that. As nice as like the full house setup thing would be, I really just don't want to have to worry about losing food. And like I said, the furnace, it uses fans and shit, so it'd be nice to be able to have powered that. Although I do have a natural fireplace. I didn't make a fire in the fireplace last night, but I do have one, so that would have been an option. And probably if it would have been middle of winter, I would have done that. And kicked on, I don't know, you're not really supposed to, but I probably would have kicked on my propane space heater. Like, cracked the window, but ran it for a little bit, so it's like, the difference between how much cold air comes in to like how much monoxide you're getting out, like, find that even balance and then shut it off and go to bed. So try not to kill yourself, but stay warm. I think I could find that balance.
Well, it might be the last time you go to sleep, but at least you're warm.
Yeah, you go sleep warm. That's the thing. I wouldn't want to leave it running like while I was asleep. But like, just crank it, like, I don't know.
Well, they have all those little space heaters that you can plug in. Well, the Amish made those boxed ones that are amazing, in my opinion. But I'm in Texas, so I don't deal with too much cold.
Although, actually, now I think about it, I think my heater has a freaking like carbon monoxide shutdown. So like, if you were to like use it inside a tent or something, it would shut itself off. And that's what I was getting at. I have my house is a pretty open layout. I wouldn't close my bedroom door and lock myself in with the thing. But if I just like cranked it on for a little bit, had it like blowing on my face to stay warm, and then like shut it off, it'd probably be okay.
Just rig up a hammock in the living room. You'll be fine. You'll be above all the carbon monoxide. Yeah,
well, I mean, with it being a quad level, there's certainly plenty of room for it to sink down. So it is heavier than air, right? Or not? Is it lighter than air?
I think it's heavier than air.
Okay, so then it will just go down the steps.
I think methane's lighter than air because we had a methane scare the other week I was actually on a chat and I had to get off because we had to like evacuate the house, and he was like, "Yeah, if there's like a methane leak on the downstairs floor, it will migrate upstairs." So I think it's lighter than air. I'm not
Yeah, but I was talking carbon
positive.
monoxide.
Yeah, I
Not
was talking
methane.
about carbon monoxide as well.
Oh, well, maybe it does the same thing.
Well, let us see. Because I know a lot of fumes tend to be heavier than air. Like in when I was working in the paint shop, like the paint mix room, there's all the totes with all the paints and the solvents and all this shit, and all the tanks are like down like below floor level, and part of that's just for like space and stuff, so it's easy to like dump stuff in the top of the tank because you're just standing there and like the edge of it's like at your waist. But the other part is that the fumes that kind of flash off of it, they sink down and go into that pit, and then there's exhaust duct like down along the pit. So you'd basically, even if the exhaust fan fails and stuff, like there's all that volume of air that would have to be displaced as the solvents like sink down to then fill up that whole room and then be a danger.
Huh. I know methane's worse for the atmosphere than carbon dioxide. Something
Yeah,
I did.
methane. Well, methane is a greater greenhouse gas
Yeah.
than carbon dioxide.
I did learn that in school. One thing I did take away from college. Yeah, I don't know about y'all, but in the South, the pollen is starting to spread and it's killing my allergies.
Yeah, you sound it. Carbon monoxide is not heavier than air. In fact, it's slightly lighter.
So it rises.
Yeah, well, it is therefore almost neutral density. However, in a normal room, thermal convention current dominate transports of gases in the room.
So it
So
just
it's
kind of
about the
hangs
state
around.
there. Yeah. So if it's hot, which it would be coming off of like a space heater, then it's gonna rise up to the top just because of the heat. But then it'll just mix with the air and circulate around, and so there you go.
Well, I guess we're going back to it's a poor idea.
Well, like I said, if my thing has an automatic shut off, I know it's got I know if it tips over, it shuts off automatically. I'm gonna go look at it, and then I'm gonna go take care of that stuff that I was supposed to be taking care of because you guys distracted.
Yeah, weren't you supposed to do that like 10 minutes ago?
Well, I got all night, so I mean, whatever. But I do have to get ready for my trip and move my car. And I got stuff in my car that I got to pack in my suitcase. So that's part of the reason why I want to move my car now. But anyways, I'm going to go look at this space heater thing first.
Well, I'm totally on board with you about the pollen. I literally washed my truck this afternoon, and it's already yellow.
Oh yeah, my truck's starting to get yellow. It's like I lived in Wilmington, which is about 2.5 hours from here, and we had a lot of pine trees. That's about the only trees we had down there. And I lived there for about 12 years, so I kind of got used to the pollen. Well, now I've moved up to Durham, which is about 2 hours away, and they have more hardwood trees. So I don't think my body's gotten used to the pollen yet. And every spring, it's just terrible.
Ha! Says right on the box, indoor safe propane heater. Low oxygen safety shutoff system.
That's good to know.
Temporary heat for workshops/work sites, porches, patios, decks, garages, picnics, tailgate parties, tents, campers, RVs, hunting blinds, ice fishing shanties, truck and horse trailers.
There you go. You can go to sleep with it on now.
If it's not going to kill me in an ice fishing shanty, it's not going to kill me in a big ass living room.
I don't know. Walmart has the hot hands deals on sale right now. Just get a couple dozen of those and throw them in your sleeping bag with you. It'd be nice and toasty.
No, yeah, this is the the Mr. Heater buddy heater thing.
So I've been meaning to ask, have y'all seen this thing? It's a couple days old now, going around Google, and it's this guy, and he's known as the Alt Knight for beating up Antifa protesters at the Trump rally.
I've never heard of him, but that sounds dumb.
I missed that one.
I saw something about it today, but didn't pay much attention to it.
It's this guy originally from Texas. He lives in California, and he showed up to the like the pro-Trump rally because he's a Trump supporter, and he had a Nike baseball helmet with a big Second Amendment sticker in the forehead, goggles, a gas mask, like a Captain America shield, and a stick. And like when the Antifa started like beating up Trump protesters, he just started like whacking people in the head with a stick. And I think he ended up getting arrested and got charged with like 9 felonies. And
Yeah.
someone started like a GoFundMe page, and he's raised like $70,000 already for like his legal defense. But like he's now become like a folk hero to the like fucking Trump supporters or something.
Yeah, those strikes to the head is normally considered deadly force. He's gonna have a shitty time in court.
Well, there's like video of him like hitting people, and the people he's hitting are clearly like attacking someone. So I guess if he got like a good enough attorney, they could be like, hey, he was just protecting his fellow protester, because he didn't really attack anyone until, you know, that person started like trying to hit or kick a Trump supporter.
I don't know. I can see a DA saying, he brought a shield and brought a weapon to the, they'll call the stick a damn weapon, and say, he premeditated all the attacks. But I mean, that's what DAs are paid to do anyway.
Yeah, he got charged with like, he had a concealed taser, a concealed knife, buying or distributing tear gas, which I've never heard of that before, but I guess that's a law in California. Assault with a deadly weapon that wasn't a firearm, rioting, and something else.
Oh, he's going to be spending a long time inside with Bubba.
But I just thought it was funny that, all these people that show up to like Trump rallies to start shit with the Trump people, they're the ones that have been violent so far. And finally, there's a Trump guy that's like, you know what, I'm not gonna take this shit anymore.
Well, yeah, because the Trump supporters weren't paying anybody to travel around the country to do it.
Yeah.
It's pretty easy when you pay busloads of people to go around. Well, I did have a pretty good event with one of these Hillary crybabies, and one of these chicks that went to the woman's protest thing in D.C. She had taken off all kinds of sick days at work, and mind you, 4 of the top 5 people in my company are all women. And when she finally got back, she's been pulled from full time, and the director told her she wasn't going to give her responsibilities at full time. She's going to be taken off to go do all these protests and leave the company without any support. And so, what was it? Yesterday was the women's big day without woman. She showed up early with helmets. It was hilarious.
It was like March 8th is like International Women's Day. And all these women were like, we're going to protest on that day because that's what this day is meant for. And it's like, not really, but that's your right to protest. But if you get fired from your job because you fucking bailed on work, that's on you.
I actually kind of liked it. There was no traffic that day, and I didn't see any car wrecks.
Yeah, one of my buddies, he sent me a snap when they did the first Women's March, I guess the day after the inauguration. And he was going down the interstate, and he was just like, no traffic anywhere. I guess all the women are out protesting, so I'm going to get on work nice, and, I'm going to get to work early today.
Yeah, well, some girl that I followed on Instagram was bragging about all the buses they had scheduled to take women to DC. I was like, yeah, it's probably safer that way that they don't all drive. Just take
Yeah,
a
no kidding. No, I actually got in a fight or an argument with this girl I used to work with, who I believe now is like just a full-fledged communist. And she had posted something on her Instagram saying like, it's that meme going around, and it's like the black guy pointing to his forehead, and it's just like, oh, you can't impeach the president if he's not your president. Well, it was something like you can't get arrested for punching a Nazi if it's something. And I just was like, I don't agree with Nazi philosophy or anything, but I was like, so you're saying you should just punch people you don't agree with? And she just went on this tirade, like essentially saying anyone who doesn't believe in the revolutionary cause should be like assaulted. And I was like, you've lost your goddamn mind. And we just went on and on back and forth over Facebook. And she eventually like unfriended me, and I told one of my friends who was like on my side arguing with her, and he was just like, I feel like if you get in an argument with someone and they have to unfriend you because they don't like your, opinion, then you won the argument. And I kind of see it that way as well.
Yeah, you went and triggered her. You just didn't understand the program. Your rights end where her feelings begin. That was just awful and kind of you.
That's what I try to tell her. She was like, socialism is the best system on earth. And I was just like, how many people has socialism killed? Like 100 million at least. And she was like, well, how many people has capitalism killed? I was like, not nearly as many as socialism.
I'd be like, well, that depends. Other people of other countries are our own citizens, because there's a stark difference between how many people socialism has killed outside their country versus inside their own countries.
And I was like, that like iPhone that you're typing on? Yeah, that wouldn't exist in a socialist country, socialism, because there's no motivation to like improve technology because there's no competition. But she just like couldn't grasp that at all. It's just very, very odd to me.
Well, I remember I was arguing with a girlfriend a few years ago about something along those lines, and I said, well, you have your car here. While you're at work, you're not using it, so you need to let other people drive it because they don't have the same advantages you do. And she's like, no, I don't need to let anyone borrow my car. I worked hard to get this car. I'm working hard to pay it off. They should do the same. I was like, wait, no, but that's insensitive of you. And then she just wanted to change the subject. Still don't understand why she wouldn't finish the conversation.
Well, I was telling this girl, I was just like, so your opinion is that you should, if you see a Nazi on the street, you should punch them because Nazis are Nazis, Nazis are bad people. And I was like, and to the extent Nazis are bad people, but you should just go punching them for no reason. I was like, but what happens when the media says that, essentially everyone that didn't vote for Bernie Sanders or Hillary Clinton is a Nazi? Is it okay to punch libertarians? Is it okay to punch, classical liberals? Is it okay to punch Republicans? And she was just like, if it's for the cause of the revolution, then absolutely. And I was just like, so you're saying me being pro-gun, should I just go out and shoot anti-gunners because I don't agree with their opinion? And they're like, well, assault is different than murder. And I was just like, yeah, it is, but it's still a fucking crime. And they just couldn't wrap their heads around it.
The biggest problem is they want a double standard. So they want to get out there and scream and yell, okay, we want equal rights. But if you deck one of them, then they start screaming, oh my God, you hit a woman. And then you see all these videos where a woman will come in and she'll just start trying to beat up on some guy. And, he tries to stand back but then she wants to cheer. Yeah, I whooped his ass and this, that, and the. It's just they're used to being able to get away with this. They're used to being able to say, pitch a big fit, and the people with the level heads or decide, it's really not worth it to act out and do all this nonsense. But I don't know. It's a bit ridiculous of how entitled they are to be able to do all this to everyone else.
I agree.
It's come to a head in a lot of places.
If some woman is out there saying equal rights this, equal rights that, she comes up and like tries to like punch me, I'm gonna punch her back and be like, yo, you wanted equal rights. Here's your man. I'm just assuming that you're a man and you want to fight someone. I'm gonna punch you back like a fucking man.
Yeah, that's why they don't want to understand when you say, oh, well, if someone doesn't agree with you, should they be able to come up and assault you? And, well, no, it's not the same because, they're the ones that are wrong. We should just punch them. They don't have anything better to say, so they don't have any, what's the word? There's no substance to their
Argument.
Yeah, they don't have a decent argument, so they either yell their chanting points louder or they just start getting violent and, making accusations.
Well, I've started using the strategy when I argue with people that are anti-gun. The left prides itself on being the party of science and facts, because when Republicans says they don't believe in climate change, they're always like, well, look at the data. The data proves that it's real. Until it turns to, gun crime. And you point out, well, here are the facts. And the facts are your argument does not, make sense and yada, yada. And then they just totally disregard the whole we're the party of science and facts and yada, yada. And they go straight to emotions. So I've started using that against the anti-gunners, and they really can't respond to it because they know in their back of their minds that, what I'm saying, they might not agree with it, but factually it's true. They just can't accept it. So they're just like, well, if it saves one child, it's just like, I've already won the argument because you can't even like respond with actual facts. You have to use your emotions. And yeah, like I don't like the idea of like some psycho walking into a elementary school and gunning down 20 children. But the fact remains that these so-called assault weapons that y'all hate so much are so rarely used in crime. They don't even have their own statistics in the FBI. So
I've never really found anti-gunners ones to care too much about fact. Did anybody catch the Huffington Post article that I want to say it was guns.com had linked to? It's about basically trying to bash the Hearing Protection Act.
Oh, those fuckers don't know what they're talking about.
I'll give you the short, glorious version. It was ridiculously off base. First, they said that it was going to increase crime and murder because criminals prefer a device that doubles the length of their firearm they're wanting to conceal. But they said that was going to make them deadlier. Then they went on to say that gun owners already all wear hearing protection at the gun range. You can see it, and they showed a stock photo. They said what the gun industry doesn't want you to know is these suppressors make the guns more accurate and allow people to communicate. Then they had a picture of a guy behind a rifle with somebody next to him with a spotter scope.
Yeah.
And I know of one crime that was committed with legally registered suppressors, and it was the cop out in California.
Yeah, the cop.
Yeah. Have any of y'all heard of any other incidents?
No, I've never heard. I read a report, and it was actually a pro Hearing Protection Act, and I think they could find 10 incidents where a suppressor may have been used in a crime, and only 2 of those were murders. So yeah, the whole argument that criminals are gonna use them to commit crimes, just it's a bunch of malarkey. Because I could literally go out, buy a D-cell mag light, and with a little bit of know-how, fucking make a suppressor for like $20. And if I can do it, then Joe Schmo drug dealer can do it. And they're not doing it, so that clearly states that they don't care about muffling their gunshots. In fact, I think they actually want people to hear their gunshots as like an intimidation factor. And the only reason that suppressors are even on the NFA is because the National Wildlife Agency was afraid that people during the Depression that were like starving were going to like use silencers to go poach animals, which is completely understandable. Like if your family is starving, you're going to do whatever you can to provide, put food on the table. And if that means putting a can on your deer rifle, then you're going to do it. And, if that's the only reason that they're on the NFA and that's not been a problem, like I don't know why they just can't take them off.
Well, even with them, say they did find those 10, I remember when the 50 caliber rifle came up as an issue a few years ago. I want to say it was not Moms Demand Action. What's the other big anti-gun group?
Everytown for Gun Safety.
It was Everytown, and they had listed some deal about 50 caliber rifles are listed in are used in crimes, and so I decided to look and go to their source and read through it. There were 10 reported incidents. 2 of them were actually over the Canadian border, and they were just rifles that were found, and one was supposedly linked to a Texas militia, which how in the fuck a Texas militia rifle would have got over the Canadian border, I don't know.
Bob brought it up there.
But
it's all Bob's fault.
And all the rest of them, only one gun had ever been fired, and he didn't even shoot at anybody. He just fired the gun off. It was some guy named 50 Cal Al, and apparently he's a big duck. And so, yeah, he had some crap, and the cops were going to arrest him, and they're going up to his house, I believe it was, and they hear him firing off shots. So, that was the only time a 50 caliber had ever been discharged in their reported crimes. So it was even when they go through the facts, go and try to pull up stats, they're just completely garbage to what their headline is.
Oh yeah, they know they don't have facts to go off of. It's all emotion. And that's why they try to, when they report this shit, they try to get to the emotions. That's why when Obama tries to pass gun control, he has all the mothers and Joe Biden up there looking like a grouch, because that appeals to people's emotions. But, when the facts come out to it, it's just like you have a relatively, murder-free country. When you take in the average murders per year compared to the amount of guns in this country, we're like way, way down. I think we're like 26 on the list of like most, I guess, violent countries. And it might even be lower than that.
Well, even with this recent repeal of the Social Security, or it's one of the benefits, once your guns would all be seized if you let a family member manage your finances.
Yeah.
Well, Everytown posted a deal on, I think it was Twitter, that the NRA is letting mentally ill people have guns again.
Yeah, I saw something like that.
Well, you just read through some of the comments, and I guarantee none of these people had any idea what this issue was even about, because I'm sure most of us were following it when he started that nonsense, and we're happy to see it go. But there were people posting like, "Oh, I'm glad that meth heads will be able to get guns in Portland now, and they obviously had no idea what any of it was about. But they'll just read the headline, and that's all the news they need.
Well, I saw something positive on Facebook. It was a couple weeks ago after that Fourth Circuit decision came down saying assault weapons weren't protected under the Second Amendment. And I follow George Takei, Captain Sulu from the old Star Trek. And he posted something, it was a headline, and his headline was like, the Fourth Circuit agrees, we need to ban them, turn them in, people. And he had a link to the story. And I scrolled through the comments, and I would say almost 90% of the comments were like, assault weapons don't kill people. I'm a liberal, and I don't agree with this. Yada, yada. We need to concentrate on mental health. So it's kind of a positive sign to me that maybe people are starting to wise up and agree that the gun is not the problem. It's the person pulling the trigger. That's the problem.
People see that. The idiots in the legislative branch and the judicial branch are fucking idiots and don't see it.
Yeah, it's just crazy. Like I was saying earlier, the Democrats, the left, they pride themselves on being a party that they use fact and logic to prove their points, except when it comes to gun control. They have to rely on emotions because the facts just do not add up with their narrative.
There's a lot of other stuff a lot of other topics that they have to rely on emotion.
And I say, we push them on it. And next time you get an argument with, someone that's anti-gun, ask them about what they feel about climate change. What do they feel about this? And when they start saying, well, the numbers prove, and I was just like, well, what about the numbers when it comes to gun crime? Because they don't agree with you, and see if they actually say, you know what, you're right, or if they say, well, think of the children, think of the suicides.
Well, I can tell you exactly what they're going to say. They're going to say, so you don't care about 33,000 people a year dying. You don't care about people dying. That's what you're telling me. That's what they go to.
My take on it is, I don't care about gang-on-gang violence.
That counts for most of the murders. Right.
And I really don't care about suicide because they're going to commit suicide no matter what.
That's how I feel. That's the logic I use.
So if you really think about it, I care about 7,000 deaths that are accidents or actual homicides.
I think it's less than that.
Crimes.
I think it's like 33.
Well, at most, yeah.
It's like 33.
It's really not that much.
It's like 33,000 deaths every year with firearms. About 22,000 of those are suicides. Like 500 are accidental shootings. Another 1,000 are either justified police shootings or civilian shootings. And then you have whatever's left of that, like 80% is gang crime. So when you add all that up, only about between 1,700 to 2,000 people are actually like legit murdered in a country with 330 million people and like 350 million firearms. That's relatively safe.
And if you take out what is it? Washington D.C., New York.
You take out 5 cities, we're like 200 something below the number one deaths, firearm related deaths in the whole world. But they never point that out, It's like if you just took out Chicago, we'd probably be, below 100.
Heck, if you took out Chicago, we'd be what? They're estimating 7,000 shootings this year or something like that. They're estimating.
Crazy.
I may be wrong on that, but I know it's incredibly high.
Yeah, and then another thing is like you look at the cities with the most gun violence. What do they all have in common? They're all democratically run.
Well,
and they have been for decades.
30 years.
Like Chicago's been democratically run since like 1908.
That doesn't fit their narrative of the shootings, though. They want it to be one guy just going into, what someone would consider a normal area, a church, a mall, a school. Because I remember when they were the East Coast media was real hot and heavy about any shooting they could get their hands on. Just over in, I think it was New Orleans, there was some rap star that had a block party and was shooting a music video, and it was like 8 people got shot, including children. There was not a peep on it from any of the East Coast media about it because it was gang related, and that doesn't.
It's not their
Yeah,
narrative.
that's
Yeah.
their narrative. Like I remember when that lady and her cameraman got killed on live television in Virginia.
Yeah.
Huge deal. Until they figured out the shooter was this racist who did it because he felt that too many black people were being killed by police. And as soon as that broke, you never heard about it from the mainstream media after that.
Well,
Foss show.
I saw Gun Owners of America had linked to another Hughes Amendment petition on the White House petition site, and there was also one about removing the Russian arms import ban. Is there anything else we're pushing right now? I know Congress is kind of stuck on the Obamacare repealment at the moment.
Just stupid.
From what I've heard, the Hearing Protection Act, since it's not a priority, might not get voted on until 2018. I know in my state they're pushing constitutional carry. It's in committee right now. That's the last I checked on it. But we've got a Democratic governor, but I think we've got enough votes in the House and Senate to do the veto to get it through.
Which state are you in?
North Carolina.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard about that. That's good for you guys.
Yeah, it'd be nice. The only problem with the bill is if it does pass, it's not effective until I think like December 1st of this year. So it's going to take a while.
Well, I have I have a short story about my local university that kind of involves what they thought was a school shooter and just another jab at the special snowflake millennials. So I get a alert text message from our emergency alert system that there's an unknown threat, shelter in place, don't leave campus, blah blah blah. Instantly started getting messages from all my friends, and the rumor is that there's a shooter on campus. And I instantly called bullshit, and about 6 minutes later, an all clear call went out. Well, after a long story short, and my neighbor getting run off the road by literally every cop in town showing up because they wanted to be at the first shooting they had, or first school shooting they had, and parking all over every lawn, the bell tower was completely encircled. Turns out the staff have an app on their phone to report these alerts, and somebody was playing with it, and when you press there's an active shooter, there's no "are you sure" button or no undo button. So
Oh, jeez.
So it alerted the police department, alerted the administration, they locked down the school, and after everybody had done 80 miles an hour on our little 50-mile-per-hour side road, they found out that it was a false alarm. So it should be in the story, right? Everyone, okay, it's a false alarm, go back to your lives. The school had to host free therapy sessions for the next 2 days for anyone traumatized by the false alarm.
Oh, fuck that.
Yeah, we had something like that at my old college. Like a false alarm went off, like a false active shooter. And, they, retracted it within 10 minutes, but they were just like, they put a post out. There's like, if anyone needs therapy, please come to this room.
You know what I'd do? I'd go to that room and go, I'd stand outside and go, okay, if you need therapy, grow the fuck up, man the fuck up, pull your panties up,
Yeah.
go.
I wonder.
Just for your info, Yankees on YouTube. He said he couldn't connect with gun channels tonight, so he's all by himself.
He does those by himself chats all the time. He'll be fine. Yeah, there's a case a couple years ago where a guy at ECU had an umbrella in his backpack, so only the top was sticking out, and it caused this huge
the silver top.
Yeah, an entire school lockdown for like 5 hours looking for this guy. And he finally, he saw a picture of himself, on the, television or whatever. And he called and was like, yeah, that was me. I had an umbrella in my backpack. And they're just like, oh, really? And they're like, yeah, that's all it was. But yeah, the whole school got locked down for hours on end. It's just and then the university I went to, it got locked down for a couple hours because someone in a neighborhood close to the school had got done going duck hunting and was walking to his apartment with a shotgun, and someone saw him and was just like, it's a school shooter. So they locked down the campus, and he called the police and was like, hey, I think I'm the guy you're looking for. I was just walking back to my apartment and I had a shotgun in my hand because I just got done hunting. And they were just like, really? He was like, yeah. And he's like, okay, well, you must be the guy, so we're going to lift the alert. It's just crazy. Considering, my dad, and he was like, yeah, when I was 12, we would ride around our bicycles with 22 rifles on our back, and no one ever thought anything of it.
I live in Arkansas, and I happened several years ago, whenever I was on my motorcycle, I happened to stop by a gun stores to see what they have. I wasn't gonna buy anything, and I saw this rifle. I was like, I gotta have this. I was like, all right, I'll strap it to my back, and I strapped it to my back on my motorcycle and rode home. Nothing was said.
Yeah,
it's perfectly legal.
Well, see, I think that's one of the problems is people don't realize you can go, at least in my state, you can go grocery shopping with a pistol on your side. And yeah, you might not be comfortable with it, but that's perfectly legal. Mm-hmm. And they just don't realize that.
There's no law saying that you have to be comfortable.
Yep. That's exactly right.
Well, I know even a fellow gun owner and a hunting buddy of mine, even though we were completely legal, he got nervous as hell a couple of months ago. We were driving overnight down to Rockport to go on a big duck hunt with a big group of guys. We're both CHL holders. We both had our shotguns laying in the back seat. I was carrying at the time, and I think he had a pistol somewhere. We get stopped in, some little podunk town about 2 o'clock in the morning. We're in a four-wheel drive Dodge diesel with a duck boat trailer on the back full of decoys. It's kind of obvious what we're intending to go do. And mind you, we both have CHL. He gets worried just because we have guns in the car. He's like, oh, well, let me see your CHL and your driver's license. And don't even let the cop get up to the front door. He's hanging out the window with all our IDs in one hand. He's like, officer, I don't know if I was going too fast or not. Here's all our IDs. He's carrying a gun. I was like, oh, for fuck's sake, I'm going to get frisked down the side of the road at 2 a.m. This is going to suck. And I don't even see the cop at this point. I just see somebody reach out and take the IDs and walk away. I was like, you can relax when someone pulls you over, right? That's an option. And this black cop comes back up all by himself, looking around the truck. He's like, all right, y'all just slow down and get out of here. It was even being completely legal to CHL holders. Even though it's within the law, some people get squirrely over that stuff.
Yep.
I had a friend that her dad, he had a CHL holder, and he got pulled over and just kind of joking. He stuck his hands out the window, and I think it was after the whole Michael Brown shooting or whatever. Mm-hmm. And he stuck his hands out the window. He's just like, "Please, officer, don't shoot me. I'm unarmed." And the cop got like super pissed at him. Was just like, "Why do you assume I'm going to shoot you?" Yada yada yada. And he was just like, "I was just joking, officer." He's like, "That's not something to joke about."
Yeah, I would agree. It's not.
So
But oh well.
I was trying to think I had another cop story on the tip of my tongue. Now I can't remember what it was.
Well, I have a small handful, but I'm not sure if they're appropriate for gun channels. I think I've told the only one that was gun related.
Everything is appropriate for gun channels.
I was about to say the same damn thing.
What goes on gun channels stays on gun channels until the
And YouTube.
FBI or the CIA finds it.
Well, I was gonna say until it gets posted on YouTube, because
Well, I think I'm good because most of my good stories came from when I was a minor. At least that's what I want to tell y'all.
it's fun.
There was one time I turned my very first car, a little dinky beater economy car, into an off-road vehicle to get out of trouble. Unknown to me, I didn't know we were trespassing. A friend of mine was trying to show me this really interesting spot he had found, and apparently this guy had a lot of kids from our school going out there, and he had showed up with a shotgun and a dually blocking the exit, and was trying to tell us to give us our IDs and stuff like that. And so like any good teenager, I immediately just drove through all the brush right around his truck and booked it out of there. And then one of our other friends ended up going back, and he was threatening to shoot out their tires and back window if they moved. And of course, they stayed there and got in trouble. But other than that, I don't really have any good cop stories. Oh, well, yeah, I do. My brother's, it's through a grapevine. There's a cop that likes to work Oak Cliff in Dallas. If y'all aren't familiar with Oak Cliff, it's the ghetto of all the ghettos in Dallas, and he's one of those adrenaline junkies that likes work in those areas. So we were helping my brother's girlfriend move, and he asked for a knife. So autos are recently legal here in Texas now, so I handed him my Kershaw auto, and he wanted to jump my ass about having an illegal knife. And it was that weird spot where I always thought it was best not to tell a cop, no, you're wrong, you actually don't know the law. But in this case, it was like, no, you're absolutely wrong, you don't know the law. Autos are legal in Texas.
So what sucks about my state is our knife laws are just so convoluted. Like, I'm just scared of carrying a knife.
I could carry pretty much anything.
From what I've heard, Kentucky's supposed to be the best. They don't have any real restrictions at all.
Like, our state, we just have like weird knife laws and gun laws. And I always thought it was because we were one of like the original colonies. Because like in our Constitution, it says, when it comes to the Second Amendment, you can keep and bear arms. But I think there's a spot in there saying like you can't conceal arms, which I think they're trying to change as of right now.
As far as Texas, we're pretty open about knives, except you can't have double-edged knives because they consider them daggers. And I think we're limited to 5.5 inches, maybe 5 3/4.
I think butterfly knives are illegal. Auto knives, anything bigger than like 3 inches blade wise, are illegal. but it's like no one really knows what the gun or the knife laws are here, so it's kind of up to like the cops' discretion.
Oh,
What's up, knives?
¿qué pasó?
See,
Thought you were leaving.
I was, but I'm waiting for my brother. He told me to get ready. I'm ready.
he's gonna go
Yo,
score
lady.
some little senoritas tonight.
He's gonna score some chocolate.
Chocolate. I need a
Huh?
punch.
What,
He's gonna have some chocolate senoritas.
Nah, the my sister.
What? You're just gonna do your sister? All right.
No, it's the mango guy's sister.
mango
Nah,
guy.
The mango guy's sister. Nah, man, my brother told me to get ready. We're gonna go to a movie.
What you gonna go see?
I don't know. He's
Stag film.
porno. Probably John Wick.
Oh, that's
Still
good. I
have to-
saw it a
still
couple
have-
weeks ago.
I still have to see that.
Lots of gun porn.
Yeah, but he wants to go see
That's John Wick.
that Wolverine one.
Yeah, I saw Logan too. Logan's awesome.
I need to see that one as well.
Probably the best X-Men movie I've seen.
I've heard that.
Anything good?
What's that?
Any good news?
No.
Hey, did the gun show ever start working?
I know the Daily Gun Show. I missed like the first 20 minutes of it because it was kind of messed up on gun channels.
I couldn't get any gun channels.
Eventually, I had to click on something inside of something, and it popped up. It's really weird.
I just signed in like normal.
Yeah, a gun website said he had fixed it right after the daily gun show ended. Well, have y'all come across any good deals lately? Either still active or
I saw a deal on Glock Fun Sticks for $25. I think at Midway USA, which is pretty good because they're normally about $35.
Yeah, no kidding.
that is a good price for them.
Yeah, I bought a slingshot with the bullet button.
Is that legal?
Yeah, is that legal in California?
I don't know. I just snuck it across the border.
It depends on what kind of ball you're using.
From Mexico.
If it's a marble, it's okay. If it's a ball bearing, it's illegal.
You need to register that as a destructive device.
I purchased one of those military surplus P64s from Poland, $200. Bought it yesterday, having it delivered to my house Saturday because I got a CNR FFL.
Nice.
Now, P64, aren't those Macross or they're little 9mm, right?
It's
Yeah.
9x18.
9x18.
Yeah, the Glock mags are still on sale, $24.99 at Midway USA.
Well, I was supposed to have my 1911 in tomorrow, but I got an email from FedEx today saying it's going to be Monday. And that sucks ass.
No, that
But it's
does.
supposed to, but it was 70 degrees today, and we're supposed to have snow tomorrow. So, in the
Yeah,
weekend.
same here.
Yeah, we're supposed to get snow on Sunday.
Oh, what's it?
Y'all
And
have
it was like
that-
78 today.
Yo, what's a Glock 22 chamber, dude?
Isn't that 40?
Yeah, it's 40. It's a full size 40.
Yesterday, Palmate got a
Yeah.
deal. Outer jet.
Yeah, my 1911, it's in 40. It's blasphemy. It's gonna be awesome.
Well, I stumbled on a pretty decent one-off deal at one of my local gun shops / pawn shops. They had a bump fire system stock in there for $30, and I had to tell the clerk I was buying it. My friend wasn't allowed to steal it out from under me, and it runs really good. Hell of a lot better price than the $120 I paid for a slide fire.
Yeah.
Well, don't everybody talk at once.
Oh, don't worry, we won't.
Meow, 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 meow.
So did y'all hear about this book on Amazon? It's #1, and it's Reasons to Vote for Democrats, and it's completely blank. And it's #1.
Really?
Yeah, it's #1 bestseller on Amazon. It's 266 pages of blank paper.
How much is it?
It's like $7 or $8.
That's awesome.
But like, if you go and read some of the reviews, like people are just making up reviews because it's like, oh, this book is so in depth. You know, it's changed my mind on like voting for the Democrats, yada yada. It's like the ultimate troll.
I wonder how many fucking Democrats bought that shit.
I don't know, but I bet they were pissed when they got it. The thing was fucking blank.
Honey, the book came in. There's nothing.
Now that would be a good white elephant.
That wouldn't be a white elephant. That'd be something I'd send to my my aunt.
Yeah, I thought about getting it for my brother-in-law because he's a Republican, and my sister's a huge Democrat,
Nope.
and I know she would just fucking flip when she saw it.
My aunt and uncle are big time Democrats. They're in the school system their entire life, meaning teaching in college, and both of them are doctorates. And
Yeah, I posted the link, the side chat about it. It's pretty funny to me.
I can't argue with the liberal in my family because she went off and became an attorney, and her comebacks aren't short, 2 or 3 sentences. She'll write half a damn book in her response, so it's just not worth it.
hey, what's up, Nice Strike?
What's up?
Nice
No,
try.
I asked you first.
Oh, nothing's up. You?
Okay, no, nothing. Just so that we're clear, nothing's up with either one of us.
No, we're good. We're good. Other than maybe freedom.
I'm up, and I have power. Woohoo!
I have power.
I have power.
Yeah, but see, I didn't used to, so that's exciting for me.
Yeah, I know. I have a friend who lives in Grand Rapids, and he said yesterday that almost half the state was out of power.
Yeah, they're saying just DTE, which is Detroit Energy, 800,000 homes without power. It's the largest outage DTE has ever had.
Somebody had to call Lionel.
The crazy thing about it too is it's like
Holy crap.
they are all like super small things. Like
Holy
it's not
crap!
like
Caleb's here.
wow.
I know.
I guess I was talking. Holy crap!
Oh, sorry, Smikes.
But it's not like one like major power line went down and like took out a whole neighborhood. You'll seriously see like 5 houses with power and then like 10 without, and then 2 have power and then 5 without. And it's not
Ooh, that hurts.
like, it might be maybe a couple of those might be people have generators. I have heard a couple running, but I think a lot of it is just like the grid's just like really weird.
It's probably old and decrepit because there's a bunch of Democrats up there and they don't want to spend it on infrastructure.
No, what
They
it
wanna give
was
it out
is
to,
honestly, it's the warm winter and we just had a bunch of rain. So like the ground is really soft. So when the winds came through, like a lot of trees fell over. Like a lot of were like uprooted. And yeah, Ballistic, you're not a famous celebrity. Night Strike just doesn't like me very much, so he interrupts all the time. He doesn't
No.
actually care about
I
you.
didn't know I was famous.
I have a habit of doing that. I'm sorry.
I did it too.
But that's okay. Yeah, we don't really care about you, Ballistic.
Yeah, you're not an important person.
Until you start have better shooting videos than Foos does, I'm just not going to care.
You have to
I
win
still-
production.
What? What? What did I hear about the gay production? What was that?
You have to win production.
The win.
Hey, I'm gonna have another soon. I'll have another division here to play around with on occasion.
I'm a little jealous about that.
That's going to be what, single stack, right?
Sorry, I'm
Single
gonna be,
stack 40.
I'm gonna be laying down the gauntlet next week. I'm gonna be practicing and making some short videos. I'm gonna see how quick I can do 2 aces or 4 aces. Is that what it's called? I don't know.
Yeah,
4 aces? 'Cause it's
2 reload 2.
Yeah.
You,
and then
you don't even
seconds.
know what it's called. That's how much of an amateur you are.
Nah, I just know I can do it really fast, whatever it is. That's a pretty tough drill, though. Well, Tim Heron did it in like
199.
1.99. Yeah, that's really
That's
fast.
from the holster.
That's fast.
Yeah.
What's impressive about
Oh,
that?
Shit.
What's impressive about that is the hardest thing to make fast in a drill is to try to fire off the reload. That's the hardest thing, I think.
Now, for me, firing
Yeah,
off the
fast.
reload is a lot easier than from the draw.
I really sound probably that I can shoot 2 shots in a second flat.
For me,
Yeah, I can shoot 2
Was he
shots.
breaking up for everyone or just me?
He's breaking up.
not everyone.
Okay. Was making sure because obviously my stuff's still been, my internet's been kind of spotty.
It's that wonderful Georgia internet, where they stick 2 cans and a string together.
Internet company.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
Yeah, but I mean, the hardest part about that drill, Foos, is for me, would be the reloads. Reloading and firing fast enough to get another second.
Dude,
Well, yeah,
you are
'cause you don't
roboting
know
so
how to-
freaking hard.
You don't know how to reload because you suck.
The reload itself isn't the problem. It's shooting at right as soon as the reload is done.
Mhm. But basically, as your hand hits and you gun, your round needs to be coming out of the damn gun.
Exactly. That's really fast.
See, what I do is like, I only ever put 1 bullet in and then I shoot. And in the time the slides open, I just like throw a single bullet in the chamber and then it closes and then I shoot again and then throw another one
Okay.
in.
Gotcha.
I guesstimate that I'll be able to do it like first time, probably like 250 around there. I don't know if I'll get it down. I might get closer to 2. I don't know if I'll get below 2 or 2 flat, but I'm gonna try. We'll see.
Damn it.
If even at 250, that's pretty good because it's what 7-yard target.
So, yards.
I still think 250 is good.
Yeah, because that gives me a second to draw and fire 2 shots. Actually, I can do that probably a little under a second, so I have a little bit of leeway there. And then I have a second. My reloads aren't that great. I mean, a second is a good reload for me. So that's another second, and then the splits for the 2 shots or whatever. Well, I guess the reload includes 1 shot because that's for me a reload is 1 second to
Yep.
reload and shoot. I guess it could be like 2.2, 2.3.
Yes.
So yeah,
See, my reloads, I'm slower, a little bit slower on my reloads. Under match pressure, I'm like 1.3, 1.4 reload, but that's to an aimed shot, not just a.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
because
have
you
to
think
do
about
that.
it, these two aces, you're at 7 yards in your sights. It's just point shooting.
Right, exactly. That's why I'm doing it. See, I never have to do what you're talking about, reloading into an aim shot, because capacity. So don't worry about it as much.
Major, minor.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. That too.
Yeah. So my gun was supposed to come in tomorrow, and it got delayed, and it's coming in Monday.
Lame.
Oh.
So
I
we
have
did-
bullets here. I have 250 200 grains, and I have 250 that I want to test out.
250. You got 200 grain, and what else?
Buck 80.
Oh yeah, that's what most people shoot. You got
Buck 80. Yeah.
I've never shot 200s. I've never bought. I have some downstairs actually. I've never loaded. I have like 100 of them downstairs. A friend of mine gave me to try out. I've just never done it. I actually have all three. I have 165s, 180s, and 200s. But I've never shot. I've never tested them yet. I just haven't gotten around to it.
I need to find my reloading book. It's around here somewhere. I need to look up at the powder.
I got
I'm gonna
2,400.
try both my powders because I'm hoping that my silhouette will work, so I could actually use that instead of my zip.
I'll zip you up.
As long as it all burns, it'll be okay.
Am I the only one roboting? Or is
No,
everyone?
ballistics.
No, he's low roboting like a champ.
Maybe my microphone can be better now.
No, it's like it's network issues.
Your network is bad.
This better? Is this better?
Actually, that was kind of better.
Yes.
I turned the bandwidth all the way down. That might help.
Well, there you go.
You're still roboting ever so slightly.
But it's okay because we don't really care.
Yeah,
that
and
much about you.
I grabbed a from the Blue Bullets. If I like 180, I'm gonna go to H&S Bullets and buy from them because that's where I'm gonna be getting all my projectiles from. So
Who's H&S? Never heard of them.
they're out of it's a very small company. I think it's only like one or two guys.
Like coded?
Yes.
Okay.
And they're actually for their 180s, they're cheaper than Black Bullets and cheaper than even with the discounts.
What color are they though?
Yeah, that's what really matters.
Red.
Oh, red
Little
bullet.
doggy dicks. Oh,
I don't
this
give a
is-
shit.
Where is it at? This is the best.
How much are coated projectiles like per projectile or whatever?
Depends. My 125 grain 9mm, I'm running about a little over 6 cents to 6.5 cents.
Check out this link. I haven't bought these bullets yet, but I want to try them. The cheapest 40 cal bullets I found that are copper plated, or
I'm heading there.
that's with
Rocky
shipping.
Mountain, I've
too.
heard about them.
Yeah, I haven't used them yet. I'm tempted to get them. I mean, look at that. You can get 10,000 bullets for $1,000. It's a really good deal.
Yeah.
That you get a price back on that. That's pretty good. It's not for the
I mean,
other
yeah,
things.
because that's 10.8 cents.
Yeah, because the ones I use from Ross, the Rose bullet, Ross, how you say it, the Zero bullets, the brand of the bullets I get,
Yeah.
are $125, and it's only like a $2 price break if you get more than 1,000. So you're still paying like 12.5 cents, whatever, per projectile.
And that was a 11.3
Yeah.
for their 1,000.
Mm-hmm. It's really good. And I've never had a problem shooting plated bullets. I've shot extremes through my gun and I never had a problem with it. So when I have the extra time of money,
Yeah,
I want to just try some of these.
I'm going to stick with these coated ones. Like them. So yeah, I'm going to test out these 200 grainers. I'm hoping the 180 grain works, but I'm gonna get over power factor with both of them, then shoot them side by side, and see what I like.
You sure your little wrist gonna be able to handle that?
Maybe not. I might have to limp wrist it the entire time. I mean, it's a 1911, so it'll handle it. It's not a Glock.
1911s always work. Rolls eyes. You can't see me roll my eyes.
Well, hey, they always work 70% or 60% of the time.
Yeah.
60. It's about 85% for me.
No, my gun actually run. Other than that, bad grip issue I was having. Never had any problems with it. Even my old Taurus 1911 I used to have, I never had any. I may have had it malfunction. I may have had a stovepipe once or twice, but it was probably had something to do with the fact that it sounded like a freaking salt shaker whenever you shook it.
Typewriter whenever you shook it.
Typewriter, I guess, something like that. I don't know. Yeah. I didn't like it because I didn't really care to shoot it 45 for any reason.
Yeah, this gun, this SIG, it's a Series 80, so I'm gonna have to get a Series 80 delete and pull the firing pin.
Yeah, if it does have put the little spacer thing in there.
Yeah.
Series 80s are so gay. I didn't realize. I don't know how much of a difference there was until I took apart. Because I had that Taurus 1911, and I never fully stripped it. I didn't realize it was Series 80. Then I sold it. Then I got my STI, which was Series 70. I'm like, oh, this is so simple. It's perfect. Best system ever. And then my friend came back over with that same gun that I sold him, the Taurus, because I sold it to a friend. I was like, I'll clean it for you if you want, just for fun, whatever. And I took it apart. I'm like, oh, God, it's Series 80. I'm like, all this crap. I had to figure it out. It wasn't that hard to figure out right there and there, but I was like, oh, my God, it's like 3 or 4 extra parts here. It's like, this is ridiculous. And they're all like, you got to slide them in just right. Yeah, pretty fun guns. I can't wait to get an open gun, man. That's the next thing I'm getting for competition wise. The next big money gun I'm getting is gonna be an open gun. It's already decided.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
I fucking hate security questions.
Oh, for a login?
Yeah, it's like I already used my right fucking password and shit, and then it's like, oh, we're still gonna ask you a question, and it's like I don't fucking know what I would have answered to this question. Like I don't remember ever setting this thing.
Why don't you pick an easy one?
Well, that's all right. I hope I'm not giving too much away, but this is the question. And I honestly do not remember ever providing an answer. What was your favorite place to visit as a child? I don't fucking know.
Grandma's house. Candy store.
Like, I have absolutely no idea what I would have answered. I certainly don't remember ever doing that. I like it when it's like, what was your pet's name or some shit. Like, I can remember that shit. Okay, cool.
That's what I use.
But, fuck, man. And it won't give me, like, a new question. And I tried doing the, like, send me a code to my email, and the fucking email never came through. So
the worst thing that happened to me with that is I tried to do the same thing where it sent me a code, and then it sent the only email I had on file, the back of the email I had on file, I wasn't logged into it, and once I logged into it, I couldn't remember the password for it. So I couldn't get into the email and back up the password for the account I was trying to get into. Eventually I got into my email and got it, but it was funny. Well, it wasn't funny when it happened afterwards.
Well,
it's canceled.
Maybe I'll try logging in with my phone. It'll give me a new question. What sucks is like I'm trying to give you my money. Like, why are you making it so hard for me to fucking give you money?
Your store number.
Shut up and take my money.
I wish it did ask for a store number because I'd know what the answer would be to that. I don't know where the fuck I wanted to go as a kid. Shit.
You're not a kid anymore.
Most time when I ask for security questions, I'm doing it's like want to register the device, even though it's already been registered before, or I guess it expires or something. It's like, oh, we haven't seen you sign in on this device in a while. Hey, James, a security question.
Well, that's what. Yeah, I mean, but I swear I've like done it before or whatever. So but that's what it said. Like if you say like remember this browser or whatever, then it won't ask you the question again. Which I swear I do like every fucking time.
So do I. And like a few weeks later, I'm like, I did this.
Yeah, whatever you just said. But yeah, like there's a thing I use for work for like booking all of our travel and shit. And every single time I click like remember me, this is me, like remember me, don't fucking forget me. Every single time. There's been times that I've logged in like 5 times in the same day. God damn it, same fucking question. I was hoping that it would be a different question if I used my phone, which I've logged in on my phone before. It should fucking remember that. Piece of shit.
Technology is not Smeggy's friend.
Well, not right now, it's not. Yeah, fucking email me a fucking code, you piece of shit. Oh, at least this I can click the button that says resend one-time code. So maybe I'll just keep clicking that till it pops up. I mean, it's the fucking...
What'd you tag me in?
I ain't tagging shit.
How'd you tag me? No. I'm talking about ballistic.
Try to use free ammo, dog. Or is it ammo or bullets? I don't remember.
Oh, there we go. One-time code. One-time code is 20. I probably shouldn't read this out loud, eh? In case anyone's following along at home.
Yeah, don't read it out loud.
But technically, I mean, it's
Shut
only
up.
going to work if they're already like at this step.
Okay, so I got 20.
Yeah, we don't know what website you're at.
Yay, I'm in. Do I want to upgrade? No, fucking go away. Why is this place so hard? Just take my money. God damn. This is why I don't pay my bills, because they make it hard for me to pay my bills. Every place that has like set up an automatic pay thing, they get paid on time every month, because I had to type in my numbers like once, like 2 years ago, and I've never had to hit a button since, and they always get their money. These places that don't let me do that, they wonder why they don't get their money.
Not my for technology. Some place of employment, just updated their website, and they said there was going to be some compatibility issues with certain browsers. That was the login to the employee website, the employee account, and they said there was going to be some compatibility issues with the browsers. And so you could check your compatibility, so you could tell ahead of time. Well, I checked it and said, "Oh, you're gonna be fine using Chrome." Then I go to log in, and it gives me an error and a code every single time. I'm just like, really? So it was stupid Explorer or something probably to get it to work.
300.
If I just try right now, see if it works. Maybe they've changed something.
Yeah, we'll go with that. Yeah, that'll be a good one. Submit. Okay. Take my
What are you
money.
buying us, Snuggie? What are you buying us?
I ain't buying you shit.
I said us, not me.
I ain't buying us shit.
Community.
He's
effort.
probably paying his power bill.
No, dude, they better give me a fucking refund this month. You know? I didn't receive power for every day.
What?
Yay, it went through. All right. I got one more bill to pay.
I have a question for you guys.
What is your question, Mr. Roboto?
If you're going somewhere, specifically out of town, and you're going, so the scenario is a bachelor trip, right? Bachelor party trip for a wedding.
Bachelor party going out of town. Okay. Use short words in case you break up.
Should you take your gun with you? Is it going to be worth it? Because you're not going to be able to carry it if you go out to drink. Unless you just don't.
It depends on if you have a place that you're staying to secure it, or if you're just in like a shady hotel room where you think the maid's going to steal your gun, and you don't have like a little lock that you can, like a
Right.
safe that you can chain down to something.
It's probably gonna be the latter. Probably gonna be in some hotel. I have no idea where it's at. I just know, but it won't be in some. It won't be a private property. So yeah, something I just forego taking it at all. And it's only we're gonna be gone 2 days. That's it. Really, a day and a half.
Well, are you going to have
What?
your vehicle there that's not going to be the main mode of transportation?
No, we're all in one vehicle.
I would just forego taking a firearm if you can get away with it. I always carry a pocket knife, though.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's what I normally carry at school and stuff. Anyways, that's probably what I'll end up doing. The only downside is it's in kind of I don't know exactly where we're staying at, but the city itself is not necessarily the best city. Some places can be shady. So stay
I'm
away from
gonna
this
be in
area,
Memphis.
That's,
Very.
that's the
this,
same. That's the same
first
state.
week of. Well, the hotel that I'm staying at, there's about 150 people traveling there. They're
Jeez.
like have armed security guard, and it's a gated hotel because it's in a bad part of town.
The gated hotel. Wow,
Yeah.
that is pretty bad. You
Where,
know it's bad.
where the
Gated
hotel has armed. The hotel has armed security guard 24/7.
Yeah, we're going to Chattanooga. So same state and probably not as bad. I don't know. I'm not really familiar with the city system, but it has some rough areas. But I think we're staying in a pretty expensive room, so it should be a pretty nice area, hopefully. Or it could be like your situation, Bruce, where it's just a nice hotel and it's just very well protected, but it's in a crappy area. But yeah, that's what I was thinking. I didn't think it'd be worth dealing with having to keep up with my carry gun the whole time and stuff, and most likely majority of the time not even being able to carry it.
Yeah,
So,
if you're not gonna carry it that often, then I wouldn't worry about it. That's what I do when I travel for work, because I can't like carry when I'm working. So what's the point really of having it?
That's what I mean. Like with work and school, I could technically put it in my car, but then with that, I probably should. Honestly, if I had another gun that I felt comfortable like as a carry gun, I probably would put it in my car and leave it in there. But since I only have one carry gun, I don't think the risk of me leaving it in my car every day to be stolen is worth the 30-minute drive from my job to my school and then home. So I don't even put it in my car for during the week.
Invest in a slap cap. They run about $20 to $30. It's a regular baseball cap with a pouch sewed in the back full of steel shot.
Oh, what? Slap cap? Is that what you call it?
Yeah, it's a product called slap cap. You can't throw your hat on your head very quickly, unless you want a big lump. But they're pretty comfortable.
What is it supposed to be? Like some kind of defensive thing? You hit people with it?
Yeah, their whole advertising stick is that you can pull it off your head, and as you're bringing it down, it's hell, it's almost a pound, maybe a pound and a half steel shot sewn in the back. I mean, it's not a bad either.
I think I'll pass on that. So, new announcement in the shooting world. New Team Glock member. And I actually know who it is, too. She's actually somewhat local. I've shot with her before.
You mean she shot you down before? Is that what you meant to say?
Well, do you mean like in the scores, or do you mean like
Well, that's so many different people.
in the game? Like, what way? She has beat me at shooting.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Sure. Okay, we'll go with that.
That's exactly what you sounded like.
You can't hear me?
Every other word or so.
God, why? Must be something going on with Chrome for me.
If you stop downloading all of the pornography, you might be okay.
Yeah, I got a massive hard drive, so it's okay.
Your hard drive has absolutely nothing to do with download speeds.
I'm not downloading anything right now. So it should be just fine. My RAM should be clear.
Again, RAM has nothing to do with your network speeds. Has everything to do with your computer, but
Well, that's what I meant, my computer. But I don't know. Well,
Hey,
I can't
don't
change.
He's getting ready for a bachelor party. He's got to have something to bring.
I can't change the speed of the internet. I'm kidding. Not paying anymore, I guess. AT&T sucks. Terrible. Terrible. But yeah,
Sure,
it was-
on your microphone.
Sure, it's not what a microphone. Is what you said? I don't know. It could be. Anyway, is that a new shooter?
it definitely sounds network related. There's a difference between your microphone messing up and your network. Because like for a while you'll sound fine, and then for a little bit you'll be all crackly, and then you'll sound fine again. So.
Well, you're doing it too a little bit.
Oh, am I? I guess that wouldn't
You're
surprise
roboting
me.
as well, Smeggy.
What? Foos,
Fake.
gay lover. Reach around.
Anyways, new shooter from Glock, her name's Ashley. She's pretty good. So good for her. Means there's 4 of them now. Four shooters for Team Glock. Foos, when are you going to join Team CZ? I guess he didn't hear me. Did anybody hear me?
As soon as he gets invited to join Team CZ. I could get him the hookup. I know the couple people that work at CZ. I met him at NRA.
I'm
One
about to say,
was
how
very
well do you know
nice.
them? It's like I met them once.
Well, no, I mean, I kind of know them.
Would they know your name if all they saw was a picture of your face?
No, but
Okay.
but
But
I
doesn't
bet you
matter.
that she would recognize me and be like, "Oh yeah, that's that one guy."
Okay, that's that one guy. Are you going anywhere this year, Smitty?
Yes, I am.
Hey, you'll get to see me. Aren't you so excited? Should be worth it.
I'm excited for NRA. I don't know if I'm going to order that. If seeing you has anything to do with it.
That's cold. There's a lot of us going this year. Seems like.
Yeah.
I think Scott said he was going to try to. Pink said he was going to try.
Oh yeah,
to.
Pink's going.
Oh, so he sure is going. That's cool.
Yeah, Pink's going. Marco's going. I'm going. You're going. I threatened to kidnap Night Strike, but I don't know if I actually am going to.
He should go. He's close. He's the closest one besides me.
Well, DB is probably the closest.
Yeah, I said DB's closer. He'll be there too. I forgot about that. I wonder if Stone God will be there. He probably will be. Maybe.
But yeah, I don't know. I think there'll be a handful of other people going too.
I thought Moonfood said he.
Moon might go. That'd be cool. I think Foos is going.
What's that?
NRA.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, you're not?
No. When is that?
End
Next
of
month.
April. 27th or 8th or somewhere around there.
No, I'll most likely be having an install that weekend.
Oh, for your roof stuff.
No, for work.
I'm trying to get the room for
Is
that.
that what they call it now?
No, we usually have installs every 3 or 4 months, and I know at the end of the month, and I know we had one in. I know we're going to be coming up on one next month, so no.
Well, that sucks because I could have introduced you to the CZ lady, and then she could get you on the CZ shooting team.
Well, I've talked and shot with Matt Hopkins, so.
So he's saying he's got better connections than you, Smeggy, so back off.
But his connections are prettier.
Get wrecked.
Yeah, my connection's cute as a button, man. But Ballistic,
Are you an RO?
Ballistic is right. I mean, I met her once, so it's not like she knows me by name or anything.
Have you taken an RO course? Yeah.
Yeah, I've been certified for a year.
Oh.
I told you this
I'm
before.
taking one. I can't remember.
You don't know every detail of my life? God.
No, I don't. Thank God.
Hey, what was that bullet place you were talking about, Foos?
HNS.
HNS?
H ampersand and S bullets.
And. Which one's the and?
H ain't S.
7.
South.
On top of the 7.
So HNS what?
Bullets.
Bullets.
Bullets. HNS bullets.
Yeah, the show starts on Thursday, right?
No, not really.
Or Friday.
Like Friday, it's
Friday.
open to the public. Like there's some stuff going on Thursday, but it's basically Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yes, I won't
You
be
get
there
it, Smeggy? There you go. If you need
Here's
it.
what I was thinking.
Internal.
Drive down on Friday, do like a half day thing, hang out and go check in the hotel room, wake up, spend all day Saturday at the show, and have Sunday to do whatever, whether that be shoot with you guys, whatever, or go back home if nothing else happens. I don't know.
Because it's in Atlanta, right?
Mhm.
No, wait, where is
Yeah.
it?
Atlanta. Oh, they don't have 115 grains? Huh.
No.
Just man up and shoot
Oh,
something heavier.
I mean, I could choose something heavier. I just figured it'd be cheaper if it was lighter.
That's a good point. You're right about that, but not that much. You're rich, Snuggy. You don't need to worry about those couple dollars.
Okay, 115 grain for $242 shipped. You could do 3,800 from Black Bullets. There you go.
A lot of looks of their 180 grain 40 cals.
Let's see, for what to type?
I wonder how well they.
You said too many words at once.
Who, for me or him? Or
Yeah, no, you Foos. I'm trying to figure out like place
Black-
per round thing.
Okay.
Oh, 3,800. Okay.
Yeah. Always do the most. You'll get best because of the shipping.
Right.
And that is shipped. It'll come in a, if it fits, it ships USPS mail.
Oh, so 242 shipped. Wow.
Yeah. For 3,800 projectiles.
So yeah, it's 6.3 cents a round.
There you go.
That's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Have you made any reloads yet, Smeggy?
No, I don't have any components.
Okay, just make everything together. That's cool. I'm gonna try and reload like all my ammo next week since I'll be on spring break. I'm gonna reload all my 40 cal bullets and reload all my 9mm bullets.
How many bullets do you have?
1,000 40 cal, 2,400 9mm.
Oh, that's not bad. That's like a day
So
and a
hot.
half.
That's a lot.
I did a few weekends ago on a Sunday. It was a shitty day, so I was like, I'm gonna just load. and I loaded and chamber checked 3,000 rounds.
See, I have this thing called a short attention span and a life. I can't sit.
Well, you're a millennial, so I totally.
What?
You're a millennial, so yeah,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I totally understand that.
I can
The short attention span.
Listen, I honestly tune out. My mind is too powerful for that. No, actually, like once I get in the rhythm, it's not that bad. But the thing is,
Yeah, it's not.
my 40 cal on news, I'm probably gonna cross it. I just like all grass to the pusher that I have. That size
Oh,
of
you
the
use a
blade.
push through?
Yeah, the size of the brass before I load it.
Okay. See, I went ahead and I got an undersized die, and I usually use that for my first.
Well, see, I got one of those. I actually need to sell it because I'm like, hey, you want to buy a 40 cal undersized die?
I have one that's going to be delivered,
Oh,
I think, on Tuesday or Wednesday.
good deal on it. Anyways, undersized them like that. And then when I put them through the powder measure and the case expander, back in the case off the case expander, off the mouth of the case expander was like really tough, and it would like jolt the press. And sometimes even powder would spill out.
Yes, that's why I flare on a different stage.
Yeah,
I
because you
flare
don't
on-
have the Lee automatic powder.
So you have just flare, and that's it on stage. Yeah,
My first
that
one
makes
is
it easier.
cap and size. Second is flare. Third's powder. Fourth is bullet drop, and fifth is
Okay.
Now, what do you use for your powder? For your powder,
My
drop,
actual-
like
I use Hornady, case activated.
see, and it comes with a thing you can just screw it right into your press, eh?
Yes.
Because the Lee does not screw directly into your press; it needs to go into the flaring die.
Right, neither does a Dylan.
Yeah,
Dylan's
it goes
the same
in.
way.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's a die that goes in with it. Yes.
Most all of them have a die that go
So
in.
I saw this thing on Instagram, and it's one of them like chainmail kind of things or whatever. But it's like more money will come your way this week, and then it says type amen and share, but they cross that part out, and so it reads more money will come your way this week if you worked last week. Like, instead of hoping money just falls from the sky, how about you fucking work and then you'll have money?
I got freaking fortune cookie today on Baki, and it said you need to make a change in your exercise routine or something like that. Like, it wasn't even inspirational. It was just like you need to start working out or something. I was like, pretty much like, oh, that's kind of offensive. I went to my friend who's like, I was like, this was meant for you. Oh, let's see here.
Man, I thought this lobby was going to be rocking. We had like a bunch of people join, and
Killed it with reloading, man.
And they left before we started talking about reloading. That's, normally that's the chat killer.
We're like and cool stuff like that, and new chicks and some Glock, but
Hey, Ballistic, did you see my match from this weekend?
It's on the YouTube.
Maybe I did see it, 'cause I saw one of yours just a few days ago. I remember. I don't keep up with the days, I forget what day
Well, I
it
had
is.
2 this past weekend.
I may have watched one of them.
Nah,
I watched one where you shot the wrong plan or something and like started getting mad. That was kind of funny.
Yeah, that was on Saturday. This one
But there
is.
was the wrong plan. You said you shot the wrong plan, but you couldn't even tell it in the video. So I thought that was pretty good. Recovered.
Yeah.
Nice.
I think it was Saturday or.
I watched Twin Lakes, and I only watched half of it.
Half minute.
yeah.
That's only like 2 minutes long, dude. You're
Maybe I
your
watched-
attention
maybe I
span is
watched-
short.
Maybe I watched the rest of it on my phone because I feel like I watched all that one.
Okay. Well, I have
What?
that one is the one at Rolla.
My only comment, Foos.
I watched 40 seconds of it.
Wow.
I didn't watch the rest of it.
But anyway, my only comment for your video editing, Foos, is No. I swear you gotta just freaking like dub that in every time you run past the GoPro.
Twin Lakes Club
I'll
was
have,
pretty
I'll
nice.
have to think about that. What?
So that Twin Lakes Club looks pretty nice.
Is that wait, the one that which one are you watching? Oh, it says okay, if it says Twin Lakes, yeah. It's pretty nice, yeah. There's only four bays there.
Oh, that sucks.
But what happens is we shoot through twice for $15, and if you want to, you could even change, divisions. So I'll shoot once in production, and then next time I'll shoot single stack.
So $15 per shoot through?
No, it'll be $15 total. It's 10 for one,
Oh, wow.
15 for both.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Insane.
So it's 8 stages. It's 8 stages for $15.
That's awesome.
But if you really think about it, it's paper for 4. So for them, it doesn't cost any each time. Yeah.
Oh well, yeah, I'll definitely do that. Shoot 2 divisions, like be good to get classified fast.
Well, I'm already classified. What is mine? What is
Probably
mine?
the lowest one.
No. Well, I'm an A in single stack.
The lowest you can get is Charlie, anyways, isn't it?
It's A. My lowest because I'm a master.
Oh yeah, you're mastering. That's right. So the lowest you can get is technically
an
lowest
A.
you can get. No, you can get.
So you've
Is
never
it
even shot single stack, but you're an A?
No, I've shot single stack. I have 4 classifiers. I have 2 from 2012, 1 through in 13, and then the other one was in
What is your percentage though? That's the
October.
question. What's your
Right now, it's a 35.89%.
which is actually that's C class, isn't it? Or is that D class?
No, that's D. That's
It's D.
D.
So he's a
Yeah.
35% A class. Maybe. Yeah, because you can only go. I thought you could go more. I thought you could go 2 classes below your highest level. I didn't know it was just 1.
It's 1. It's
Okay.
1.
Wow, that's tough.
And I've been shooting limited minor. Well, over last winter, I shot actually a couple winters ago. I shot limited minor, and I'm at an almost 60% shooting limited minor, and I'm still an A.
So does that basically mean you're never gonna win your class because like
No. So right now, I'm a master in production. So if I pick up my single stack and I go and I shoot a match in single stack, I will be shooting against other A guys in single stack.
I know, but what I'm saying is your skill in single stack is like only C level or whatever. So,
Well,
right, but it doesn't matter.
like you're not very good with your single stack, basically.
Well, but you have to think with this one, I shot it in 2012, 2013, and then I never touched a single stack gun. And then a buddy of mine was at the match. I'm like, hey, can I pay extra $3 and just shoot the classifier in single stack to get classified? They're like, sure. So I had my CZ holster. I put the gun in there. It was enough to cover the trigger. So I drew that. Never fired that gun ever, and I shot just for a 4th classifier. So the last time I really ever shot a gun was shot at 1911 was early 2013. So there's no practice or anything in it. So yes, I'm at a master in production, but if let's say I spend 3 or 4 range days with the 1911, I bet you I'll be shooting A class classifiers and at that skill level.
Sandbagging, Smeggy. So like if I want to say if I was a B class in limited, which is what I'm right now, and I wanted to go shoot production, but I wanted to win, make it easy, I could go shoot and intentionally do terrible classifiers and get.
Well, yeah, no, I
D
understand why they.
and go shoot a
Yeah,
major
I
match.
understand why they do it. Because basically, if you're a master with one, like you're probably pretty good with guns.
Right.
But my whole thing is, I'm saying like, okay, yeah, you're really awesome with your like production gun or something. But let's say you go shoot like revolver and you really suck with the revolver, like you're never going to win that class because you're legitimately not like an A class caliber.
Right. But I mean, that shouldn't last long. If you practice, you'll be at that level pretty quick, probably.
Yeah.
And
because I mean, really,
that's a terrible example.
Whenever you start going between guns and classifications, the person his skill level is going to be about the same, unless you have a limited or open guy that doesn't do a whole bunch of reloads and he goes to single stack. He's really going to have to work on reloads, and that's where a lot of his time is going to be.
Right. Well, like I said, I guess that was just where I was thinking, but I guess you're right. You haven't classified with single stack in a while, so like, theoretically speaking, like if you didn't shoot anything else and you just had the times for single stack, you would be a lower class. But what you're saying is that you actually probably are better than those numbers reflect. You just haven't done it in a while.
Absolutely.
So if you went and shot single stack now a couple times, you'd be classified right up like where you are.
That are maybe not classified there, but I would be shooting at an A class level pretty darn quick.
You'd be pretty competitive with the A class people.
Yes.
I did the same thing. I went and shot my Glock. I did pass a little bit, and it's possible to get D class classification production, even though I never shoot production, and that's the same class I am unlimited, just because I practiced enough to shoot and go shoot a few matches with it. And I did used to shoot a Glock all the time anyway, so that kind of helped too. But I did the same thing. Now I'm classified in production, so I can go shoot that match if I want to, but probably never will for a while anyways.
And I mean, the reason people do this is so they could take and so they can shoot different matches wherever. I mean, if someone is, let's say, like this past year, I got bumped to master like a month before a major.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, and the year before that, I got bumped to A 2 weeks before that same major. So
bad timing.
So, yeah, exactly.
Well, it sounds like you need to tank your last classifier right before a major match, dude. You're not gaming the system enough.
I can care less. I can care less what my classifier is. What?
I've been shooting matches lately. I'm going to pass the match back. I'm going to rank D class.
I didn't hear a word you just said. You're roboting.
Well, sure, that comes through clear, but whatever you were saying before didn't.
Yeah.
Why do you think I haven't been shooting any matches? I'm just going to practice a bunch, and I'm going to go back and wreck B class.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, I've heard of people
piss off a bunch of people.
Well, we'll go.
It'll
okay,
work like once, right? But then you'll get bumped up because like you did so good.
If you shoot a major,
no,
match, it will.
Not if you're over 5% over your actual score. Let's say you are an A class that goes up to an 85%. Let's say you shoot 95%. That classifier will be thrown out, even if you shoot a major and you're 95%.
If you shoot a major and there's enough GMs there, and USPSA decides to do it, they will look at your score and they will bump you a class based on that. Now, it's hard for, usually it doesn't happen very often, probably like maybe somewhere like at Nationals.
It doesn't happen very often.
But that's a rule. I mean, it could happen. So if you just went and killed it. And I think that major match scores go in as classifiers no matter what.
If there's more than 3 GMs.
Right. So
see, that's why USPSA is weird, because your score is a percentage of the best person who was there. It doesn't make sense to me.
Like the classifier this past weekend, I shot 106% on the classifier.
That won't count. No, that will count for you.
Yeah, it will. Yeah, it will.
Let's say it's 15. You're master now, so you're within the 15% or whatever. What is it? You can't shoot. You doesn't count if you shoot 15% above. Is that it?
Something like that. But yeah, it will count. Okay.
See, I'm worried about that. I'm worried about my bag if I practice a lot and shoot classifier. I'm only 70% right now.
See, that's like
pretty easy for
encouraging
me
you
to
to do a little bad so you can work your way up. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
if you just show up one day and be like, yeah, I shot once like 5 years ago and I was C class and now I'm awesome. And they're like, oh, well, we're not going to count your awesome runs because you're just going to have to keep beating up C class people. You're like, no, dude, I want to beat up on the better class people. Like they should bump you
Well,
up.
then you can do what they call I forget what the technical term is, but it's pretty much a class bump through recommendation, and you like have to write a letter to USPSA and get your match director to sign it and everything, explaining why you believe you need a class bump.
Because you think they would encourage you to be bumped up, right? Like they want you, because otherwise, like you seriously, if every single time you go, you just freaking wail on it like 20% higher than what you normally used to do like a long time ago, then you're still in that low class. Like people aren't going to have a chance.
Yeah, but if you start shooting classifiers, they'll eventually bump you up.
Mm-hmm. You could probably just shoot enough classifiers and just send an email to USPSA like, look,
say, hey,
yeah, but those people that
Yeah,
want to sandbag wouldn't want to do that. So it's almost like reverse sandbagging of like getting super good that they won't bump you up unless you ask for it.
No, the people that would sandbag is they'll at local matches, because that's where most of your classifiers come from, or your locals. They'll go and they'll plug a no shoot, or they'll have a miss or something like that, and make sure they're in their range where you want to go, and they'll go to a major and waylay on it, and they'll have a real high percent, and they'll shoot a whole bunch of regulars and filter that one real good one down again to where it doesn't count, because it only takes your highest 6 your most recent 6 classifiers.
Yeah, but you just said they throw them out if it's too good. You just said it doesn't count if it's 15% higher.
Yeah. Well, let's say you're a C class shooter, or that's what your classification is a C class shooter, and then you go and you waylay a B class, high B class, so that will still count, but you're still destroying everyone else in C.
Right, like you're shooting at a B class level, but technically you're competing against C class people, so you're murdering them.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't they put you in B class where like you might be in the top 3 of B class?
Because they don't know if you are sandbagging. I mean, they don't know if it was a fluke or not, because all of your other classifiers around you are you sandbag, like plug and no shoot, or miss on purpose, purposely get
right. Now, I'm
score.
not talking about that. I'm going the opposite way. So let's say I go out and I classify. Right now I suck. So okay, I'm a D class or whatever. Like I barely hit the target. Okay, great. And then I don't compete for 5 years, and I come back after fucking like drinking Jerry Mitchell's blood or something and getting his soul, and now I'm just amazing. And so every classifier I do, I'm freaking amazing at, but because it's higher than my D class ones from before, they don't count. So do I just stay in D class, or if I like have a bunch of really good ones, like I just keep doing my best every time. I'm not cheating. I'm just doing the best I can, and I'm just doing awesome. Will they automatically bump me up? Because it's like, okay, the last 6 ones you did were freaking 20% better than the ones you did before.
I think so.
Yeah, I think they monitor it. I think there is something like that.
So it really is only if you like have one really awesome day, but the rest of yours, like after you have that really awesome day, you go back to shooting like D caliber type shit. Like you're like crappy again.
Yeah.
But if you keep doing good, then they will just automatically bump you up.
Yeah, and there's matches out there that are called classifier matches, where they'll have 6 or 7 classifying stages, and that's all the matches classifiers. So you shoot them all like that, and then boom, you're classified. Because
and those are your 6 most recent. So that's what you are.
Yeah. So a lot of like Missouri, a lot of times a month before the Missouri Classic, they'll take and they'll have a classifier match. So anyone that wants to shoot the Missouri State Championship and is not classified in the division that they want to shoot in can go shoot that and get classified.
I still think it's weird though with the whole percentage thing. But
well, I mean, thing is it's made for everyone. It's made so everyone's supposed to do their best, but of course, everyone doesn't. Everyone isn't.
Well, yeah, no,
awesome.
but it's even if with everyone doing their best. Like, let's say I go to a club and I do my best, and I'm average, like I'm okay, like on the national scale or whatever. But everyone at this local is cross-eyed and sucks. I'll freaking come out of there looking like, a master or a grandmaster, when in reality, I'm like, I'm maybe an A-class.
Well, that's when they say only time a major match will count towards you. Like, let's say you come out with a 90% of the person who wins production, and you are actually a solid C-class shooter. And there's just like no one there. USPSA says the only way a major match will count, that percentage will count towards your percent, is if there's 3 GMs in your level.
So if you shoot local matches against a bunch of crappy people, that it doesn't really count because there's no grandmasters there.
No,
And-
local matches don't affect your classification at all. Anyways, it's only the classification
Classifiers,
days.
right, correct.
Only major-
No matter if
only
there's
level
10
2 or higher
GMs.
matches.
Yeah, no matter if there's 10 GMs there,
A local
it's not
match,
going to
yeah.
matter.
Other than giving
Okay, I
you
didn't hear something Ballistic said. So, Foos, can you say what he just said about local matches? So now local matches don't count for anything? I'm confused. I thought that's
local
where you got
matches-
classified.
Well, okay, so there's a classifier at each local
Yeah,
match that
so
goes
that
to.
stage, you kick ass because like everyone else sucks. Like you
No,
win.
but
You're
Right.
that's
awesome.
based on a national average, not just
That's
people there.
national average. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So the classifier, so it doesn't matter who's there that day on the classifier. You're competing against like everyone in the country on that classifier.
Well,
like there's a
well, yeah,
set
well-
bar time or whatever.
there's a set hit factor for each classifying stage out there. Like last Sunday,
Okay, I get it.
I got 106% of it just because. Man, just because I got 106%, that classifying hit factor is not going to go up because I got 106%.
Okay, so that just means you're 6% better than what they say is like a perfect score kind of thing.
Yes. And I had Alpha Charlies on all 4 targets. I just did a turn and draw in 2.7 seconds on 4 targets. And there's no shoots on it.
I thought that the hit factor would increase after people started shooting it and getting the higher score.
Very, very seldom do they increase.
All right, I'm going to the
That's
AK
kind
chat
of
on
all.
my phone.
That's kind
You
of
guys
all the
have fun.
wraps. What are you doing? What do you say?
I'm going to join the AK chat on my phone, so I'll leave this running on my computer.
Okay.
But I'm not going to be talking anymore.
Yeah. Which one was it? It was the one I got 106% was the Diamond Cutter.
What's the number on it?
Well, 902.
99.
I got a 0902. Yeah. I got 11.14 hit factor.
See, that's nothing that's kind of like all taboo under wraps. It's high actually. They don't publish them, and like how they calculate. Well,
AZ. Go to AZ Shooters.
that AZ shooters. Yeah, they have an app on the phone too, don't they?
I don't know if they have an app for the phone, but
You know
What's
they took. You know they took away the USPSA lookup system.
yeah.
That pisses me off. I don't know why they did that. I like that. Being able to see other shooters stuff. You know,
Yeah.
I hope they bring it back onto something that might change or what. Maybe it's just because they're rebuilding the site. I guess.
I hope.
They factor data on here. Yeah, you shot this thing in. How fast did you say you shot this diamond cutter in?
I think like 2.7.
It's pretty quick.
Yeah,
really
it's
quick.
on. Yeah, I had Alpha Charlie on all of them.
It's like a build drill. It's like build drill splits, but on separate targets, and they have no shoots on them.
Yeah.
Is that in the last match you shot?
Yeah, the one I put on the internal. The very last one. You see it?
Makes it easy. Yep. Where's it at? I'll just watch all of it. Screw it. It's only 6 minutes long.
Yeah.
Increase your viewage time. You don't put ads on these videos?
No, I don't care.
Hey, I can't. I'm not supposed to talk about it, but I've gotten 2 checks from YouTube. Put it that way.
Well,
It took me like 5 or 6
look
years.
at
Money.
look at my, not my description, but look at my at the notes in it. I have like 8 or 9 things that I need to work on. Match breakdown. Man, I got.
Maybe you're talking about in the comment where he says you look at your chamber this time.
Oh, because in my Saturday's match, I did show show clear.
Oh.
I just opened the slot and I didn't look. And this time, I actually went and looked on one of the stages.
But I would look instead.
Yeah.
Yeah. DQ's one that for us. Looking back. I'll probably do that story.
What?
When I DQ'd someone for that.
Where they didn't look?
Because they sent a round off.
Oh.
Yeah, they sent one off. They didn't hold the slide off and just say anything. Like, I saw it, and that's what was bad. It's like, by the time my mind reacted, to be like, oh no, that's not right. They let the slide fall and just pulled the trigger. It's like, oh crap. It's like, that was a state match, too. And it was a GM, too. A GM open shooter.
Bad he just didn't drop his. He just didn't drop his mag.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's bad.
I always drop my mag first, put it in my pocket, and then go for my round.
Actually, I put it on my magnet. That way I know which one is not full. That way I know which one to grab when I go back to it.
Yeah, I put it in my front pocket, and then I grab my round, and then I pull that one mag out of my front pocket, put the round into it, and then pick up my mags. They don't go in my holster.
Pick up my mag sometimes.
Yeah.
And that's why I put the one on the mag. Then when the mag is on the ground, I reload it. I know it's dirty, so I'll put it in the last pouch. I know I got to clean it.
Mm-hmm.
That way I go back and I can clean it. But yeah, all right, I'm gonna keep watching this now.
Which stage are you on?
I just first one.
Yeah, I missed a steal because my I missed the steal, so I had to make up, and then I didn't step back far enough, so I missed an extra steal. What?
Oh God, I need those Irish plate racks. They look pretty fun.
Oh yeah, the pins were in it.
Yeah, see, that's still pretty cool. You guys need to paint your still daggone it after.
No, we don't.
It's a preferential thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always ask squads, like, you guys care if we shoot paint still? I'm about to shoot. I'm like, yeah, paint it. It makes it easier.
At majors, yeah, but locals, I don't care. Right.
Majors, you have to. I think.
Yeah.
Is your hair turning gray on the top?
Yeah.
Oh, getting that. What's it called? The hockey, the hair company.
It's kind of like right where a cowlick is on most people, but yeah, it's gray.
That's fine. Getting old.
I'm almost 36.
You keep like swinging your gun back if you like you're not calling your shots, but then you realize that it's nothing wrong. I guess it was on steel. I can't
On
tell what
which-
you're shooting at. On all the walls. I think it was stage 2. Or no. I can't remember. Hang on. Let me go back. These stages are so long, I feel like I've watched 2 stages.
Well, some of them have dual
That's
dual
stage
views.
1.
So
This is stage 2. Stage 3.
oh yeah, so there were 4 steel through each one of the cracks. It was a big popper, and then right behind the big popper was a 4-inch steel, big popper, and then a 4-inch steel, and then there was
Yeah.
2 targets there.
You did the PP dance like twice. I do the same thing all the time,
Yeah.
which makes sense because it looks like you have to go PP, and it's also a PP like pepper popper. What happens when you're shooting still? You're leaving a position. I'm the worst about that.
Right.
Took me so long. I'm finally decent at it pretty much now. It's like I'm going crazy and not paying attention.
Oh, calling your shots on small steel.
So I'm still and then leaving the position.
Mm-hmm.
Time quick. I think the classifier when you're in one box, you shot 4. You shot
What
8
was that?
targets.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
big
that
targets
was. That's kind of like a John Wick 2 type thing.
Oh yeah, I remember. I think you just put that on Instagram, didn't you, or something.
Yeah.
I saw that stage somewhere else.
Not on mine. I had one like that not too long ago.
Oh, you
Second
never
time I had
seen
something.
that?
What?
Okay, that's the one I saw the first time then. That's fun.
Yeah.
This looks like a pretty good match. It looks better than the Twin Falls.
It is. Well, I mean, a lot of the stages were the props and stuff were the same as back in October, because what they do is they set the stages up, or they set the props up, or the walls and everything up, and then they'll go and they'll just change where the targets are. So a lot of those stages are exactly the same, just different target arrays.
You guys shoot a lot of knockdown still. I hate that crap.
What? Oh yeah.
Wilson Square, the things are painted.
We have one. We have one that does those, but there's a hinge on the back of them, so they just flop, basically do a 180. Yeah,
it's nice
it
to
is
reset.
nice. But yeah, that 4-inch steel gets hard at 15, 20 yards.
The 4.6 was the lowest you could go.
What?
4.6 is the lowest you could go. Can they use 4?
Those, there might be 6-inch. I need to practice on 4-inch. I need to practice on 4-inch.
Yeah, club that uses them is like in South Carolina. It's like all in a big gravel pit with clay, and so when it rains or anything, those things fall. It's a mess.
Oh yeah, it's nasty.
So you're gonna RO some majors when you get your class done?
I'd like to.
Yeah, that's the main benefit of doing it. That's why I did it. That guy walking around in front of your camera.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that was a buddy of mine. Well, he lives about an hour away from me.
That's funny. He didn't say anything. He just kind of gave some camera creepy smile.
Yeah, Denton.
Oh, here's your classifier, I think. Oh, I just watched it and I wasn't even.
Yeah, you did.
I watched it, but I wasn't registering like.
That it was a classifier.
Yeah, you did that. Really, what I think made you so fast because your splits didn't sound like. I mean, they were fast. They didn't sound like insanely fast. It was your transitions. I think that's where you gained a lot of your time.
It was like that. I mean, the cadence was just at that.
Right.
It was going across.
And you could probably shoot a little bit faster splits. Well, I guess you're trying to shoot A, so it's different. But like,
I had an Alpha Charlie on all of them.
it's probably because you're trying to stay away from the no shoots. So that's probably why.
No, it's because my second shot, I didn't let the sight settle.
So they were like high or low Charlies.
They were high
Not-
Charlies. They were
Okay.
high.
See, I never had that problem. It's usually left to right for me.
No,
Pull the
mine.
target too quick or something like that.
All of these were high and away from the no shoot.
It's the same club that guy in the wheelchair shot.
Yes, it is.
The same club that guy in the wheelchair shot. The video went viral. I've seen the video of him. I mean, I guess you've seen him shoot before, but
Yeah. Yeah, there was two there. Two people in a wheelchair there that day.
did it affect the flow of the match like too bad, or was it pretty?
What was that?
So did it affect the flow of the match, like as far as things getting backed up because of that? They have them split up.
They
or what?
had 5 people on that stage.
Okay,
So
my squad.
where everyone else had like 12.
Right, that makes sense.
So
That's pretty cool. It's a good way to do it.
and we still had to wait for them on a couple stages.
Yeah.
But it's all right.
Match, I'll just let people like that just shoot through. That's what I would do if I was direct, if I was like a match director or whatever. I'd just be like, have some like delegate someone to go with them, and then just have them shoot through.
But
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
About having somebody about the shoot through or about them, about like match structure of that in general.
About them shooting through, because you want to make it as close to normal as possible for them. You know what I'm saying?
You don't have to rush them. I mean, they have all day, so you could technically be like, look, shoot at your own leisure and just be done by this time. So it won't necessarily be like
True.
you have to shoot the next stage, because usually when people shoot through, they're having to leave or something like that, or there's some kind of time issue. But they have all day. I mean, it didn't even work for a half day format. You could be like, look, you can shoot in the morning and evening if you want. Just on you show off speed is by the end of the day. That's how I think that'd be the best way to do it. Of course, the only problem is that they won't be able to shoot with. Well, they won't be able to shoot with maybe some people they normally shoot with who are regular shooter, who are non-disabled shooters.
Right.
Some of those people wanted to do the same thing they were doing. And they go with them. Doesn't matter. They still be able to hang out with people and stuff. Yeah, I can't wait to start shooting more again. I want to get in Still Challenge really badly. It's just more money and more time.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Unless you're just using your 9mm.
I mean, we'll shoot my 22 with a red dot.
Gotcha.
Get to see more. So I get some kind of taste of shooting open. So I get a real open gun.
But anyway, I have brass tumbling that I need to get out and deal with tonight, so I'm gonna have to.
Yeah,
I'll let you go.
Today, so I'm going to bed. So. Yeah. All right, I'll talk to you later. Take care.
See ya.
Well, I see everybody left the lobby. And there's only one viewer. I'm over in the AK-47 Guru chat right now, using my phone. But I'll keep this chat open. It should run through most of the night. I started it kind of late. So yeah, you guys jump in and talk about stuff. It's all cool. I'll go drop the link out in the lobby again.
Well, it's just me and Smeggy. Hello. No. It's Smeggy. Oh, well. I give it a shot. Good night.
Test 3, 2, 1, 2, 3. Anybody there? Test check 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3. Okay, looks like it's dead. Oh man, got back from up on the volcano. I guess I'll have to try tomorrow.